Chapter 1332. This goo recipe had very little practical value. Because many of the goo materials in the recipe had already gone extinct, they no longer existed in the world. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine this mortal goo, he could only modify the goo recipe. He naturally would not do such useless work. With this information, he had a deep understanding of this mortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan read through those mortal inheritances of formation path. This strengthened his foundation in the array Tao. Even though he had never researched formation path, in the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had more or less learned about formation path, or through some coincidences. Thus, the extent of enrichment was not much, it was very limited. But this time, he had a targeted understanding of the test in the dream realm. He had a goal in collecting formation path information. From some information, he learned that in the late antiquity era, there was a popular trend of thought in formation path. This trend of thought was called earth, water, wind, and fire. It believed that these four basic elements could make a goo formation extremely stable. They formed the most basic goo formation and had the strongest tolerance. Of course, this trend of thought was only popular for a while. Decades later, it was abandoned by people. Compared to the entire history of formation path, decades were too short. This trend of thought was like a small wave vanishing in the surging river of history. It is like the origin of humanity. People on Earth once thought that humans were created by gods, be it China's Nuwa or the West's God. This was a trend of thought. After dominating people's cognition for a long time, it was defeated by Darwin's theory of evolution. However, with the advancement of science, people have discovered that there are still flaws in Darwin's theory of evolution. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while. This trend of thought of earth, water, wind, and fire was the same. Because with the development of formation path, people discovered that the goo formation formed by the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire was not the goo formation with the greatest tolerance. People continued to discover and deepen their understanding. They continued to improve. Even if it was abandoned soon after, it was still a form of progress. This information was very valuable. It gave Fang Yuan the correct answer to pass the first stage of the dream realm. So, to truly form a goo formation, I need to use all the goo worms and mix them together. Fang Yuan realized in his heart. At the same time, he sighed. This Tu Shicheng is really sinister. He clearly wants to use all four goo worms and not leave out a single one, but he is still playing dumb, saying that at least 2 mortal goo must be used. Next, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Because even if they knew the correct answer, it was still unknown how to make the 4 goo worms revolve around the formation heart goo and form an effective goo formation. If these 4 mortal goo could be refined, Fang Yuan could try to deduce it outside the dream realm and in reality. This was also the method those laymen used to break the dream realm in the early stage of the dream realm. But now, that earth path goo worm was hard to refine. Even if the goo recipe was modified, would the earth path mortal goo refined be the same as the one in the dream realm? After all, this was a dream realm. Sometimes there were deviations between dream realms and reality and was not a copy. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to try it in the dream realm. The second attempt was the same as the first one. But this time, Fang Yuan chose to activate these 4 mortal goo at the same time, matching the formation heart goo. Failure. The 4 mortal goo detonated at the same time. Fang Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. The third attempt, Fang Yuan chose the earth path goo first, and the water path goo second, but failed again. The 4th attempt, the 5th attempt, until the 7th attempt, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. Surrounding the formation heart goo, the 4 mortal goo flew around each other. The water path and fire path goo flew in an oval shape, sometimes near and sometimes far away from the formation heart goo. As for the earth path and wind path goo, the former floated below the formation heart goo, while the latter floated above it, both motionless. Under the control of the formation heart goo, these four goo worms formed a mystical force, constantly emitting a hazy rainbow light. Being in this light, the goo master's primeval essence would recover at twice the speed. This is a very useful goo formation for goo masters. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. Ha! Not bad, very good, as expected of my son. You really have talent in formation path. Tu Shicheng laughed heartily at Fang Yuan's success, showing a very happy expression. Fang Yuan, this world, and he'll slowly faded away in Fang Yuan's vision. The first stage of the dream realm passed. The second stage began. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. In the first stage, he did not use the killer move Unravel Dream. And, in the end, he only used a dozen guts goo. The cost was still very low. Without carefully observing his formation path attainment and how much it had increased, Fang Yuan focused all his attention on what was in front of him. He found that he was in a cage right now. In the huge cage, there was a small cage. In this small cage, a pitch-black leopard was trapped. Its shriveled belly and hungry eyes showed how dangerous this leopard was. What's going on? Fang Yuan was puzzled. At this time, Tu Shicheng stood outside the cage and said to Fang Yuan, I will give you 10 minutes to arrange these goo worms into a goo formation. After 10 minutes, this leopard will regain its freedom. At that time, I will not make a move. It will depend on whether you can use your goo formation to resist this leopard. What? Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This teaching method. Hey, are you really a father? You are my son. You can definitely do it. If you can't, then you are not fit to be my son. Tu Shicheng said expressionlessly. What the hell? Fang Yuan grinned, looking at himself. He found that he had not grown much, about the same age as in the first stage, 14 at most. This Tu Shicheng seems to be a righteous path goo immortal, but he is so ruthless. Or maybe this is just a threat to force his son to display his full potential. Fang Yuan guessed in his heart. Whoever became this Tu Shicheng's son is really unfortunate. Time was limited. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and began to inspect the goo worms in his hands. The leopard was only an ordinary fierce beast, but with just the body of a young man in his dream, he definitely could not resist it. He could only rely on the goo formation to resist it. There were only 5 goo worms, and they were still 5 rank 1 mortal goo. One of them was a formation heart goo, while the other 4 belonged to earth path, wind path, water path, and fire path. It was not much different from the first stage. The difference was that although these 4 goo worms belonged to the same path, the specific goo worms were not the same. How should these goo worms be combined to form a goo formation? Fang Yuan began to experiment. With the precious experience of the first stage, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. His first attempt quickly failed. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood in the dream realm. The backlash was extremely severe. Fortunately, his goo worms were not damaged. He was also not expelled from the dream realm. It seems that as long as the time limit is not up, I can continue to try. Although there is still a chance to continue, the truth is that the chances are slim. Fang Yuan frowned. After being injured, although the goo worms were fine, his condition was not good, his primeval essence was limited, and he was injured. Fang Yuan soon found that because of his injuries, he was very unstable when he tried again. Although the goo worms flew up, they were on the verge of falling. The second attempt also failed. Although there was still time, Fang Yuan could not continue trying because one of his goo worms had already died in the second failure. If it were those 4 mortal goo from other sects, so be it, but Fang Yuan's formation heart goo was destroyed. My goo worm was destroyed. Father, can you give me a second formation heart goo? Fang Yuan quickly asked. But the answer he got was Tu Shih-chung shaking his head mercilessly. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were in a battle, who would give you a second replacement goo worm? Son, you disappoint me. You no longer have a chance. Sure enough, once the time limit was up, the cage opened, and the leopard pounced, biting Fang Yuan's throat. This dream realm was very realistic. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that his throat was bitten open. Breathing became extremely difficult. His flesh was being torn off bit by the leopard's sharp teeth. The pain penetrated deep into his heart. Blood flowed freely from any of his wounds. The leopard drank it in satisfaction. Tu Shih-chung slowly shook his head, sighing, "You are not fit to be my son." Then he turned around and left. There is really no saving me. Is this Tu Shih-chung from the righteous path or the demonic path? After being expelled from the dream realm, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, feeling depressed. After using Guts Goo to heal his injuries, he continued to explore. Second failure, third failure, fourth failure. Every time he failed, Fang Yuan would be killed by the leopard, once again experiencing the painful and miserable experience of being devoured by a fierce beast. If it was someone else, their mind might have already collapsed. But Fang Yuan had no fear. The pain he was suffering was already many times greater than this. He treated it as a light breeze, his mind still focused on how to construct the goo formation. 10th failure, 11th, 12th. This second stage of the dream realm was much harder than the first stage. After Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm, his soul's injuries were even more severe than in the first stage. The first stage required 2 Guts Goo to recover, but the second stage required at least 3 Guts Goo, sometimes even 4. Fang Yuan calmly calculated the cost. At this rate, the cost is getting higher. Do I have to use the killer move Unravel Dream? Wait. While worrying, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He entered the dream realm and continued to try. Chapter 1333. A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully constructed a goo formation in the dream realm for the second time. This goo formation still used the formation heart goo as the core, but the earth path goo worm was above the formation heart goo, not moving. The other 3 goo worms, fire path and wind path, revolved around the water path goo worm. And the water path goo worm was below the formation heart goo, jumping around in the range of a palm. These few goo worms formed a goo formation, emitting a hazy white light that enveloped the leopard. That's right. This goo formation was a trapping goo formation, targeting the leopard and not protecting the goo master. The construction process was not easy. The leopard was constantly jumping, affecting the construction of the goo formation. From time to time, Fang Yuan had to stop the construction and wait for the leopard to move away from a certain position. This was also why Tu Shih-chung left a few minutes for Fang Yuan to try setting up the formation. Ha ha, not bad. You are worthy of being my son. Very good. Then, in the following period of time, you will continue to learn from me. In a month, there will be an even more severe test that concerns your life and death. If you cannot pass it, then die. Tu Shih-chung laughed, his laughter somewhat deranged. Fang Yuan's small body stood in the cage, glancing at the struggling leopard in the goo formation, then at Tu Shih-chung, sighing faintly. The second stage of this formation path dream realm could be considered past. Next was the third stage. Fang Yuan followed Tu Shih-chung, standing beside a surging river. The river water flowed east, scarlet like blood. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers: Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River, and Yellow Dragon River. They were all enormous rivers that passed through Southern Border. Fang Yuan looked at this river and immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard Tu Shih-chung say, "The goo worms have been lent to you. You have to rely on yourself now. If you cannot construct the goo formation, You should know the consequences. Fang Yuan was about to reply to buy some time, but the next moment, Tu Shi-chung patted his back. A great power surged forth, and Fang Yuan was unable to resist it at all. He was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. Fuck! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart as he sank into the surging river. He was immediately swept away, his body involuntarily drifting down with the river. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had the body of a teenager. Fortunately, he had inherited Fang Yuan's profound swimming ability. After struggling for a while, he popped his head out of the river and panted heavily, making the best use of his time. Fang Yuan inspected the goo worms in his hands. I'll cross again. Soon, he cursed inwardly because this time it was not the four earth, water, fire, and wind mortal goo he had imagined, but 12 goo worms. How was he supposed to put them together in such a short time? There were too many ways to combine them, and in such a terrible environment, the chances were really slim. This time, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He directly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly, an answer appeared in his mind. The first 3 steps of activating the goo worms and setting up the goo formation were clear to him. Only the first 3 steps. Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue using Unravel Dream. The 4th, 5th, and 6th steps appeared. The answer was accurate, but there was still a long way to go before the goo formation was completed. Fang Yuan was about to use it for the 3rd time when the river water changed. He was swept into a whirlpool. There was a dull thud. Fang Yuan crashed into a floating log in the fierce whirlpool. He knocked his head and fainted on the spot. At the next moment, Fang Yuan woke up and returned to reality. His soul was heavily injured. He was seeing stars. He quickly used Guts Goo, 1, 2, 6 guts in a row before he recovered. The 3rd stage is even more difficult. The environment for setting up the formation has become so harsh. But my formation path attainment level has already risen to Quasi-Master. After comprehending for a while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. What was attainment level? Attainment level was the Goo Master's unique way of thinking, feelings, and experiences, as well as their experiences in raising goo, using goo, refining goo, and so on. Summarizing and refining them into the essence, it was the understanding and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivation attainment levels were divided into ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Of course, there were also the minute levels of quasi-master, quasi-grandmaster, and quasi-great grandmaster. Ordinary attainment level was a level that most Goo Masters could reach in their lifetime. Quasi-master attainment level was already very rare. Young Goo Masters with outstanding talent or experienced Goo Masters who were old and experienced could often reach this level. Master attainment level was when the use of goo worms had reached an artistic level, breaking away from superficial craftsmanship. This was 1 in 10,000. For example, during the Imperial Court contest, there were only 5 enslavement path masters. They were Jiang Baoya, Yang Puing, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Of course, this was 1 in 10,000 for mortals. For rank 6 Goo Immortals, their main cultivation path usually had such attainment level. Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level was usually the elite among rank 6 Goo Immortals. Grandmaster attainment level was when one had a deep understanding of a path, they had a solid foundation, and could comprehend other paths by analogy. Specifically, by using the goo worms of their main path, they could imitate the advantages of other paths. Hei Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move called 100 Years Harmony. It was a classic example. It used time path goo worms to achieve the effect of information path. From this, it could be seen that Hei Fan's time path attainment level was at least at Grandmaster level. Normally speaking, Gu immortals who could reach Grandmaster level were even rarer. They often needed hundreds of years of accumulation, and also required the Gu immortal's talent and ability. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he only reached Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path in 500 years. Those who could reach Grandmaster attainment level were basically rank 7 Gu immortals. Above Grandmaster were quasi-great Grandmasters. They were even rarer. They were usually rank 7 experts or rank 8s. As for great Grandmaster attainment level, most rank 8 Gu immortals could only reach this level for their entire lives. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. This was a character that only appeared once in thousands of years. Supreme Grandmasters were even rarer. For example, in the long history of Refinement Path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters. One of them was a hairy man, long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan's formation path, attainment level could not even be considered ordinary. But now, it had risen to quasi-master level. Most Gu masters could not reach this level even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Fang Yuan had only used a few days to reach this level. He had explored 2 dream realms. This was the power of dream realms. They contained true meaning. Once a Gu immortal successfully explored them, they would obtain the true meaning and directly raise their attainment level, deepening their understanding of a certain great Tao. Just 2 scenes, and he could reach quasi-master level formation path attainment level. This dream realm is not simple. No wonder it is so difficult. However, I have never heard of Tu Shicheng before. This guy's education method was truly unique. Fang Yuan did not dare to compliment him. But the person he taught was the source of this dream realm. Evidently, this boy was an important person. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that he was only a small step away from formation path master level. As long as I complete the 3rd scene of the dream realm, my formation path attainment level will rise to master level. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips. Successfully exploring the dream realm raised his foundation. This increase was so huge that it allowed Fang Yuan to walk on a shocking shortcut. He could not stop even if he wanted to. However, since he had already left the dream realm, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go back in. He recalled the scenes of the 3rd scene of the dream realm, especially the Gu worms that he had. He found that he only recognized 60% of them. Thus, Fang Yuan started to search for information and understand these Gu worms. These were all mortal Gu. It was just that many of them had gone extinct due to the passage of time. Fang Yuan soon found what he wanted. He understood these mortal Gu very clearly. Next, he started to read through the mortal formation path inheritances that he had. The feeling of reading this time was completely different from the experience he had before. In the past, most of the things in the inheritances, Fang Yuan could only see the surface, but now he could see the essence with just one glance. They were things that he had read before, but when Fang Yuan looked at them this time, he had new discoveries. This feeling was very mystical. It was as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, there were some parts that Fang Yuan could not completely understand. After all, it was only quasi-master level. Some outstanding mortal Gu masters could reach master level. The inheritances that they left behind naturally had some parts that Fang Yuan could not understand. Fang Yuan was immersed in the profundity of formation path, allowing time to flow around him. If he was thirsty, he would drink some water. If he was hungry, he would eat some fruits. In his mind, thoughts were rising and falling like waves. This was him using wisdom path methods to help himself speed up his formation path learning. Undeniably, the content of formation path was very broad. It was related to all paths. Thus, it was extremely complex and could be said to be the most complex path. Only when Wuan asked to see him did Fang Yuan regain his senses. Unknowingly, 8 days have passed. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before his gaze became clear. In his mind, the chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. In these 10 days, Fang Yuan could be said to have forgotten to eat and sleep. Not only did his formation path attainment level rise, Fang Yuan also did not let go of all the basic content of formation path. He had a solid understanding of it. What is he doing here? Fang Yuan frowned impatiently, but he thought about it and decided to meet this Wu Clan Gu immortal. It turned out that Wu and had brought Lady White Rabbit here. Lady White Rabbit reported the situation of the Dream Realm business. She gave the detailed accounts to Fang Yuan for him to check. Even though Fang Yuan did not care about this business, he was the leader of the entire business. Chapter 1334. Fang Yuan took a rough look at the accounts and gained a deeper understanding of the forces around him. He sent Wu and Lady White Rabbit away. "My lord, there is one thing that this subordinate does not know if he should say." Before leaving, Wu wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak." Fang Yuan was straightforward. Wu reported to Fang Yuan that there were rumors that Qi Clan's Gu, Immortal Qi Shang, was coming to the Super Gu formation to patrol. Fang Yuan understood Wu's intention and waved him away. "Xiao Si Lu has many pursuers. This Qi Shang is one of the most important ones. He has never come here to patrol. I am afraid he is here to find trouble with me. But righteous path Gu immortals would not fight to the death. They would at most lose face. At most, I will give up my reputation and avoid the battle." Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. "But I need to prevent my secret from being exposed. After all, this Super Gu formation was constructed by Qi Clan. Among Southern Border's super forces, Qi Clan is the #1 formation path force." Fang Yuan looked at the mortal formation path information. He could see through it at a glance. There were few things he could not understand. But when he looked at the Super Gu formation that he was in, it was still the same. His vision was blurred. He was like an ant facing a vast galaxy. This Super Gu formation was personally created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder. He was a formation path great grandmaster. Qi Shang came very quickly. It was out of everyone's expectations. A welcoming banquet was necessary. Because Qi Shang was representing Qi Clan, he had the responsibility of patrolling the Super Gu formation and checking if there were any flaws in the defense. The banquet was lively on the surface, but there were turbulent undercurrents. Everyone knew that this was not Qi Shang's mission, but he took the initiative to do it. Qi Shang was pursuing Xiao Si Lu. Everyone in Southern Border knew about it, but in recent months, there were rumors that Wu Yihai and Xiao Si Lu were very close. Qi Shang's objective was clear. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not join the banquet. He stayed inside the Gu formation, exploring the Dream Realm. This caused many people to feel disappointed that they couldn't watch the show. Ba De slowly put down his cup. "Nephew Qi Shang, I have already introduced you to all the Gu immortals here. They are all outstanding talents. Unfortunately, there is still one person who hasn't arrived today. This person is even more extraordinary. He was born in the Eastern Sea and then joined our Southern Border. Recently, he defeated Xia Fei Guai and mountain-moving old monster one after another. He is the Wu clan's leader here." The Gu immortals in the banquet had a thought. Everyone knew who Bada was talking about. Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe and had a handsome face. His eyes were deep, and his nose was hooked like an eagle, giving him a bit of a sinister aura. He was already 160 years old. Old Treeman Bard was much older than him. The Qi family and the Ba family were connected by marriage, so Bada didn't call Qi Shang nephew carelessly. Qi Shang heard this and smiled. "I have also heard of immortal friend Wu Yihai's name. It is like thunder in my ears. It was a pity that he couldn't meet her today. But I will be staying here for a long time. I need to inspect the Gu formations here. I will definitely meet immortal friend Wu Yihai when the time comes." Qi Shang took the initiative. Everyone felt that Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, was much weaker than Qi Shang. After the banquet ended, Wu En and Wu Liao were indignant. They asked to see Fang Yuan. They did not have a good time during this banquet. They were mocked and mocked by others. They almost fought each other. Oh, in that case, I will hold a banquet here tomorrow and invite Qi Shang. Fang Yuan thought about it and said. Wu En and Wu Liao looked at each other. Their spirits were lifted as they left with Fang Yuan's orders. In the huge palace, only Fang Yuan was left. He walked towards the depths of the palace, looking at the dream realm. He had already explored most of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, the third, fourth, and fifth scenes of this dream realm were all conquered by Fang Yuan. The main content of the dream realm was Tu Shi Cheng teaching his son formation path cultivation. His teaching method was extremely barbaric and harsh. He used life and death to stimulate the child's potential. Fang Yuan had been tricked many times. He could no longer complain about it. Unravel Dream was indeed very effective. These dream realms did not pose any obstruction to Fang Yuan. His formation path attainment level rose again. Not only did he reach master level, he even advanced to quasi-grandmaster level. But there is still a long way to go before I become a true formation path grandmaster. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of this aspect. The further one progressed, the harder it was to raise attainment level. There are still remnants of this dream realm. According to the size, there are at least 2 more scenes. This Tu Shi Cheng's son is truly amazing. His formation path attainment level was definitely above grandmaster level when he was alive. But recently, Qi Shang has been visiting the Gu formations. I should restrain myself and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan. Fang Yuan could not see through the Super Gu formation. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of his ability to explore dream realms was exposed, the impact would be huge. By then, not only would southern border be shaken, the other 4 regions might also mobilize their forces and attack him. Wu Yihai, you want to invite me to a banquet tomorrow? Qi Shang smiled as he looked at Wu and, thank you, Wu Yihai, for your good intentions, but forgive me, I have official business to attend to. After I inspect the Super Gu formation, I will go to Wu clan to disturb you. Qi Shang smiled as he rejected Fang Yuan's invitation. Wu En was helpless. He returned to report to Fang Yuan with an expression of anger and humiliation. Qi Shang's actions were too much. Wu clan lost face. This made Wu Liao and Wu En feel indignant. The other clan's Gu immortals covered their mouths and snickered. They were looking forward to a good show. Fang Yuan was calm from start to finish. He looked at Wu En and Wu Liao indifferently. In that case, let's wait. He did not look angry at all. But Wu En and Wu Liao were anxious. They felt like their faces had been ripped off by Qi Shang. But Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. They could only leave helplessly. Even though Fang Yuan did not continue exploring dream realms, he had many other things to do. For example, building coiling thread caves and producing large numbers of regretful spider goo. This was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's second large-scale production resource. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had been making preparations. Everything was to create an environment suitable for ordinary spiders to evolve and grow into regretful spider goo. According to Dongfang tribe's method, to build coiling thread caves, they needed a goo formation, rank 6 immortal material, softine silk, and rank 7 immortal material, hate water rock. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the soft-in silk and hate water rocks. For this, he used a large amount of immortal yuan stone and some other immortal materials. Next was to set up the goo formation. Evidently, this was a goo formation that involved immortal materials. Normally speaking, This goo formation that used immortal materials could only be deduced and created by Grandmaster Formation Path Goo Immortals. Great Grandmaster Formation Path Goo Immortals could use the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth as the foundation to set up the goo formation. Before exploring the Formation Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan looked at this goo formation like it was a heavenly book. But now he had a clear understanding of it. After all, he had quasi-grandmaster attainment level. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some inspiration. Maybe I can modify this goo formation and add perseverance, immortal goo, according to the principle of this goo formation. If perseverance, immortal goo is added, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. This idea made Fang Yuan's heart jump. If he could achieve this goal, then the trade of regretful spiders would surpass dragonfish. The benefits it would bring to Fang Yuan would surpass the trade of guts goo. This seemed a bit exaggerated, but if he thought about it, it was true. After all, the production of guts goo was restricted by the quality and quantity of souls. Currently, Langya sect was killing desolate beasts in Taichio and using their souls as production resources to produce guts goo. On the other hand, they also imported some souls from jewel yellow skies and the northern icy plain as supplements. Most importantly, there was Western Desert's Shao clan. No matter how many regretful spiders there were, this superforce would take them all. Regretful spiders did not need to worry about sales. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a cooperative relationship with Shao clan. Fang Yuan started to deduce. But soon, he ran into a problem. He could not set up a part of the goo formation. This was beyond his limits, no matter how many wisdom path methods he used to help himself. I am only a quasi-grandmaster. If I was a grandmaster, I would have the foundation to modify this goo formation. Fang Yuan understood. But even though I am not a formation path grandmaster, there is someone in front of me who has reached this level. This person was none other than Qi Shang. After rejecting Fang Yuan's invitation, Qi Shang started to inspect the super goo formation. The goo immortals guarding each area also welcomed Qi Shang. Qi Shang was purposely delaying the progress. Everyone knew that the longer he delayed, the more Wu clan's reputation would be damaged. Of course, Qi Shang was not hostile towards the Wu clan, but towards Wu Yihai. Love rival. Wu Yihai, you think too highly of yourself and look down on me. Do you think I'll run over just because you said you're inviting me to dinner? Humph. Now, I will make you come and find me. Qi Shang had such a plan in his mind, but soon he could not continue with this plan, because Fang Yuan's letter of challenge was sent to him. In the letter, Fang Yuan said, I once toured the mountains and rivers with Fairy Si Lu. She mentioned you. Fairy Si Lu praised you as a formation path genius, but I, Wu Yihai, do not think so. I have a formation path problem here. Let's see if you can solve it. If you can, you win. If you can't, then you lose, and I'll inform Fairy Si Lu of the result later. Qi Shang was furious. Wu Yihai, you could not hold back after all. But you want to use a formation path problem to make things difficult for me? You are a transformation path goo immortal. You want to use formation path to make things difficult for me? Who gave you the guts? Ah. Chapter 1335. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Qi Shang felt that he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated. Who in Southern Borders Goo immortal world did not know of Wu Yihai's identity? Everyone knew that he cultivated transformation path. But now, Fang Yuan did not use his specialty to make things difficult for Qi Shang. Instead, he chose Qi Shang's specialty. This was like saying, I am not using transformation path to make things difficult for you, because you cannot compare to me. The disdain was clear in his words. He could not take it anymore. He could not take it anymore. Qi Shang stared with wide-open eyes. He held Fang Yuan's information path goo worm in his hand as he gritted his teeth. I want to see what problem you came up with. He has some skill. It didn't take long for Qi Shang to reveal a wisp of a solemn expression. Fang Yuan's problem was a challenge to him, but soon Qi Shang felt relieved. No wonder Wu Yihai is confident in making things difficult for me in formation path. This problem is a bit difficult. Did he come up with this problem? That should not be possible. He cultivates transformation path. It should be Wu clan's formation path, Gu immortals behind him, right? Humph, with his identity as Wu Yong's brother. How could Wu clan's Gu immortals not help him? Even though Wu clan was not skilled in formation path, as long as it was a super clan, they would be involved in formation path. Because super forces guarded their resources, they needed Gu formations on a large scale. However, even if your Wu clan's Gu immortals help, so what? In terms of overall strength, my Qi clan is slightly inferior. But in terms of formation path attainment, my Qi clan is the #1 clan in southern border. Qi Shang felt an intense sense of pride in his clan. He gathered his concentration and dove into Fang Yuan's problem without hesitation. The more he thought, the more he forgot about himself. All of the problems were gradually broken down into dozens of difficulties in his analysis. To solve the problem of water and fire being incompatible, ordinary methods cannot be used. The Gu formations requirement is a round formation. I have to give up the square formations things. How do I solve this problem? This is a bit difficult. But this is not a problem for me. Qi Shang's fighting spirit soared, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He told himself that he must teach Fang Yuan a harsh lesson. I must let him know that Qi Shang, cannot be humiliated. Lord, Luo clan's Gu immortals are inviting you to a banquet. It is about to begin. Love, go, small, say, net ku at this time. A rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan, Qi Lu, reminded Qi Shang from outside the door. I'm not going. Qi Shang didn't even raise his head as he continued to deduce in his mind. But we've already agreed. Qi Lu hesitated. I said I won't go, so I won't go. Go away. Qi Shang replied impatiently. Qi Lu had no choice but to leave. Qi Shang took a deep breath. Faced with Fang Yuan's question, his eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. What's so good about the banquet? The most important thing now was to defeat him. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Kid, how dare you humiliate me? Just like that, the night passed by. Qi Shang did not sleep. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. He was very tired. With a Gu immortal's physique, staying up late was not a problem. But Qi Shang had expended a lot of energy. He did not rest at all during the night. He had been deducing and designing. He was working hard. This problem is quite difficult indeed. But I have already solved it. Ha ha ha. You dare to make things difficult for me. I will let you have a good taste of my power. Even though he was very tired, Qi Shang was very excited. He laughed loudly. He could not wait to see how Fang Yuan would respond. I will send it over now. I want to see your expression. Qi Shang walked to the door when he suddenly stopped. No. I am facing Wu Yihai now. I am like a general. How can I take the initiative to send it over? This is too embarrassing. I need to find a pawn to run errands. After a while, Qi clan's rank 6 Gu, immortal Qi Lu, arrived at Qi Shang's study room. Little Lu, I will leave this to you. Send it to Wu Yihai. Huh? I want to teach him a lesson. Qi Shang instructed. Qi Lu quickly agreed. His cultivation level was lower than Qi Shang. He knew that Qi Shang was Qi clan's formation path hope. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chu. You had said many times that Qi Shang could inherit his legacy. Love, go, small, say, net, could these words had great meaning. Qi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster. Qi Chu Yu acknowledged Qi Shang and felt that he had a high chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Qi Shang did not let down his clansmen's expectations. From a young age, he started to show his talent in arrays. Under the intentional support of the clan's resources, he cultivated hard all year round, persevered, and was heavily nurtured by the Qi clan. Today, his array attainments were not to be underestimated. Comfortable. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He woke up and stretched his body. Even though his soul had guts goo to protect him, he would feel restless if he used it too much. The guts goo could not solve this problem, but sleeping could allow the soul to calm down and settle down. As expected, after Fang Yuan slept, all of his fatigue was gone. He was full of energy and was in a good state. Qi Shang's information path mortal goo had been sent to him while he was asleep. Fang Yuan took it and looked. Joy flashed in his eyes. Oh, it's really solved. This is quite fast. Fang Yuan sighed. He immersed his mind into it and researched it. His eyes shined with bright light. Qi Shang's solution was a huge inspiration to him. So, that's it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. This was a brand new train of thought. It opened a new window for Fang Yuan. According to this train of thought, this answer is not suitable for my goo formation as a whole. I can make some adjustments. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He did not give the entire goo formation to Qi Shang. He only took a small part of it and gave it to Qi Shang. Even though Qi Shang's answer was correct, there was still some deviation from the overall design of the goo formation. But with Fang Yuan's attainment level, he was already a quasi-grandmaster in formation path. With the foundation of the answer, he could make some small modifications. Qi Shang was a grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was a quasi-grandmaster. The two were not far apart. If the difference was too great, it would be impossible to modify it. Just like how Fang Yuan was looking at this super goo formation that surrounded the dream realm, he was still confused and could not understand it. The problem that troubled Fang Yuan was solved. Fang Yuan had great gains, as expected of Southern Border's Qi clan. He muttered, praising Qi Shang's formation path attainment. After solving this problem, Fang Yuan's plan to modify the goo formation could continue. His mind was calm. He started to deduce again. A few days passed like this. This made Qi Shang anxious. After he sent the answer, he waited for Fang Yuan's response. But no matter how long he waited, he still did not reply. He could not even eat or drink anymore. What is this Wu Yihai doing? Qi Shang mumbled. Qi Shang, what did you just say? At the banquet, Luo clan's Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qi Shang came to his senses, only realizing he was still at the banquet. Earlier, he rejected Luo clan's invitation, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he still had to attend the banquet. He had to attend the banquet. Otherwise, wouldn't he be disrespecting Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gue quickly mediated the situation. Please forgive me, Qi Shang is like this. He often gets distracted. Sometimes when thinking about a formation path problem, he even forgets to eat. Sometimes he will suddenly freeze and stop moving even when he is walking. Qi Gue had rank 7 cultivation level. He was the leader of Qi clan's guards here. Luo clan's Gu Immortal laughed. I have heard of Qi Shang's performance. He is truly a formation path seed. Sai, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 such talents, even if they were 20 to 30% as good as Qi Shang, I would be happy. At the other side, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was in trouble again. It seems that modifying this Gu formation is beyond my abilities. Fang Yuan encountered a new problem, and the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous one. He could still try last time, but this time, even the thought of trying was not mature enough. It was not reliable. In that case, I will leave it to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. Coming. Qi Shang returned to Qi clan's territory, quickly obtaining Fang Yuan's information path mortal Gu. Qi Shang was very excited. His eyes were shining. Do you think it was easy? But I'm getting impatient. Qi Shang smiled coldly, feeling very pleased internally. He was like a victor who was about to inspect his spoils of war. He sent his consciousness in. After learning about the information path Mortal Gu's contents, he stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this Wu Yihai? He is so shameless. Qi Shang immediately scolded. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention the challenge letter. He just casually admitted that Qi Shang had some ability. Of course, he could have just guessed it. If you can solve this problem, I will admit that you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. These were the words in the letter. Once Qiao Si Lu was mentioned, Qi Shang could not hold it in anymore. What qualifications do I have? Is it up to you to decide? Wu Yihai, I misjudged you. You shameless fellow. Qi Shang felt like he could see Fang Yuan standing in front of him, sneering in disdain, looking high and mighty. He had a strong impulse in his heart. He really wanted to tear Fang Yuan's face apart. He said he was sightseeing with Si Lu. I only had the chance to travel with Si Lu once. Damn it. This guy. Qi Shang paced around the study room. He gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. He just needed to exert some strength and crush the information path Mortal Gu. But after thinking about it, he resisted the urge. If I crush this Gu, wouldn't that fulfill Wu Yihai's wish? Humph, he failed to make things difficult for me. He must be afraid of me. That's why he purposely said this. Right. If I give up, it might be the result he wants to see. No, I need to continue to win against him, to the point where he has nothing to say and cannot deny it. I need to let him know of my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I need to spread this matter. The more people know, the better. Qi Shang had learned from his mistakes. Originally, this matter was due to jealousy. Qi Shang was slightly embarrassed, but now, for Fang Yuan, he went all out. Chapter 1336. Qi Clan's Territory. Inside the study room, Qi Lu was summoned. After hearing Qi Shang's words, he had a difficult expression. Lord, is this all right? Our Qi Clan and Wu Clan's relationship. It is quite good. At least in Wu Clan's situation, our Qi Clan has remained neutral and did not make a move. So what? Other clans can make a move. Why can't our Qi Clan? Qi Shang was a little angry. Qi Lu gritted his teeth, thinking, this Lord Qi Shang is really like the rumors say. What do I do now? While thinking, Qi Lu said, I understand Lord's feelings, but on our side, especially our business, we have been working closely with Wu Clan. If we fall out with them, Qi Shang realized at once. I was wondering. You are referring to the Dream Realm business? Qi Lu nodded. Lord is wise. Wu Clan wanted to do the Dream Realm business and earn some income. How could they get past Qi Clan? The immortal Gu in this super Gu formation were split among Southern Borders super clans, but the actual Gu formation was personally set up by Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though Qi Clan contributed few immortal Gu, they had a huge influence on this super Gu formation. Thus, Wu Clan's Dream Realm business had to involve Qi Clan. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had a deeper understanding of Gu formations. If they were not moved, this business could not continue. Qi Shang sighed internally. No wonder First Supreme Elder had said that a person's heart was unfathomable. Sigh, for his own benefits, Qi Lu was a Qi Clan Gu immortal, but he did not stand on his side. His expression was grim. He could not find a way out. He wanted to fall out with Fang Yuan publicly, but he met with a setback at the first step. What to do? At once, Qi Shang felt helpless, because he had come here out of nowhere. He had always been cultivating in Qi Clan. He rarely interacted with Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He focused on researching formation path. His influence in Qi Clan was small. He could be said to be the weakest rank 7 Gu immortal. Right now, he had just arrived in this super Gu formation. This flaw was showing itself. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could not mobilize Qi Lu. Qi Lu's mood was terrible. He disobeyed a rank 7 Gu immortal, especially one who was being nurtured by his clan. He was naturally in a bad mood. However, the lower class naturally had their own way of survival. Qi Lu thought about it and said, "Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to do this for you. It's just that you have a high status. Once this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact. How about this? Please allow me to report this matter to Lord Qi Gui. He's the leader here. We'll listen to him. What do you think?" Qi Lu's tone was humble and courteous, secretly flattering Qi Shang. Qi Shang felt extremely comfortable when he heard this. He nodded and said, "All right, let's see what Lord Qi Gui has to say." Hearing Qi Lu's report, Qi Gui frowned. No one would feel good about this kind of jealousy. Qi Gui felt very awkward. On one hand, he was on the same side as Qi Shang. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Behind Qi Shang was the Qi clan's supreme grand elder. On the other hand, if this matter was really exposed, it wouldn't be a personal matter anymore. It would be a major political matter that could affect the diplomatic relations between the Wu and Qi clans. This world was a world where the strong were respected, and the combat strength of an individual was above that of an organization. Thus, politics was also personal politics. Qi Shang and Wu Yihai had high status. If there was a conflict between them, it would be a conflict between the Qi and Wu clans. This was not an exaggeration. Especially the Wu clan, they are facing difficulties from all sides. If my Qi clan acts now, it will damage the neutral reputation of our Qi clan. Not only will we be labeled as adding insult to injury, we will also damage our relationship with the Wu clan and harm the benefits of my clan. But I can't just ignore Qi Shang. Qi Gui racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Thus, he secretly gave Qi Shang an idea. We cannot make this a big deal. If we make a big deal, the impact will be bad. Even if our clan wins, others will laugh at us. This is a private matter. I suggest we handle it as a private matter. You can tell Fairy Si Lu about this. Wu Yihai is also interested in Qiao Si Lu. If you ask Fairy Si Lu to be the witness, Wu Yihai will not act shamelessly. Qi Shang heard this and slapped his thigh, shouting, "Wonderful!" Qi Gui smiled, feeling a little pleased internally. To Qi Gui, this matter could be handled perfectly, and to Qi Shang, it was even more attractive. Who did not want to trample on their love rival in front of the woman they loved and show off in front of them? This matter was settled like this. Soon, Qi Shang transmitted the situation to Qiao Si Lu through an information path Gu worm. Regardless of how Fang Yuan was doing, Qi Shang immediately felt a huge pressure. Fairy Si Lu already knows now. This is a fight between gentlemen, and Wu Yihai is the one who started it. She won't be offended, right? I need to complete Wu Yihai's challenge as soon as possible. This is my forte. I cannot fail. The huge pressure gave Qi Shang a huge motivation. He deduced the problem in front of him. Is this the other part? It has a slight connection with that Gu formation earlier. I'm afraid it is two parts of the Gu formation. Damn it, if I knew the whole Gu formation, it would be much easier. But now, I can only deduce it based on this part. Troublesome. Qi Shang started to use his method. He was a formation path Gu immortal. He had a mystical Gu formation that First Supreme Elder had taught him. This Gu formation used wisdom path Gu worms as the core, while the supplementary Gu worm was an immortal Gu. Normally speaking, be it immortal killer moves or immortal Gu formations, they used immortal Gu as the core and mortal Gu as the supplementary. But this Gu formation did the exact opposite. The supplementary immortal Gu was a water path immortal Gu. It was called sweat. The Gu formation was called wisdom sweat formation. Under Qi Shang's immortal essence, it started to activate. There was no dazzling light. Instead, it formed a mystical smell that was between fragrant and smelly. The smell became thicker and thicker, enveloping Qishang. Gradually, the smell condensed into smoke, shrouding Qishang's face, making it hard to see. For 3 days and 3 nights, Qishang did not rest. He continued to deduce. Finally, the smoke dissipated. The goo formation stopped. Some mortal goo died. Only about 10% were left. They were stored in Qishang's immortal aperture, including sweat immortal goo. Qishang was sweating profusely, like he was drenched in a storm. His face was pale, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha, it's finally settled. This time, let's see what you have to say, Wu Yihai. A moment later, Fang Yuan received a reply. Oh, you've learned. You're using Qiao Si Lu to attack me? Unfortunately, this is not my goal. This threat is only useful. Fang Yuan quickly applauded. Interesting. This is indeed a good way to solve the problem. But why did I not think of it? Even though Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not linger on it. He started to reflect. Qishang's answer contained many aspects that Fang Yuan did not know. Formation path cultivation was the most extensive. Fang Yuan's inheritance was only from mortals. It was normal that he did not know about it. As for Qi clan, they did not lack formation path immortal inheritances. Moreover, through generations of development, they were able to innovate on their original foundation. They were the #1 formation path force in Southern Border. However, even if I do not have an immortal inheritance, as long as my attainment level reaches Grandmaster, I should be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was the understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, it was like solving a math problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the goo formation to reach his goal. It was like getting a number, like 5. Even though he had goo worms, he did not know how to get 5. At this time, Qishang's answer was 23 is equal to 5. Fang Yuan realized at once he could achieve his goal by doing this. If his attainment level was high enough, even if he did not know, he could use his intuition to comprehend and draw inferences, obtaining 2. 3 is equal to 5, or such an answer. Of course, goo formations were much more complex. The more goo worms were involved, the harder it was to set up. The contents of goo formations were very complex. There were simple goo formations, compound goo formations, and formations within formations. According to the shape, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on. According to the type of activation, there were instant formations and delay formations. According to the paths, there were even more, such as fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some goo formations were like pagodas, layered on top of one another. Some goo formations were easy to modify. It was like a piece of clothing. Modifying it was like patching a patch. Some goo formations could not be modified, like building blocks. Changing one piece would cause the whole goo formation to collapse. Subdividing it further, the goo worms involved were even more complex. For example, some goo worms needed to be united, while some goo worms needed to be separated and influence their own targets. On the second night, Qishang, who was waiting eagerly, received Fang Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I want to see how you deny it. Qishang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal goo in his hand. Soon he beamed with joy. Because Fang Yuan admitted his strength in the letter, he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's praise. However, it was not strange that his Wu clan had people who could do this. Qishang saw this and frowned, but he could not refute it, because Wu clan's Gu immortals had someone who could resolve this problem. At this time, he saw the end of the letter. Fang Yuan posed another problem. He even promised that if Qishang could resolve this, Fang Yuan would admit that Qishang was stronger than him. Even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit his inferiority. Qishang's breathing became rough. Just thinking about it, he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Qiao Silu at the same time, and Wu Yihai cupped his fists and said, "I am inferior to you." A love rival admitting his inferiority in front of a fairy. This scene made Qi Shang feel more excited the more he thought about it. Wu Yihai has a high status. He is my most important opponent. If I can win this round, I will be able to defeat him. Most importantly, with Fairy Silu as witness, I am not afraid of Wu Yihai going back on his words. Chapter 1337. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Qi Shang once again set up this Gu formation, using all his strength to deduce the formation. But this time, he encountered an unprecedented challenge. Difficult, extremely difficult. Even if the previous two difficulties were added together and multiplied by 10, it would not be as difficult as this one. Qi Shang felt like he was a baby trying to climb a tall mountain. This difficulty, no wonder that Wu Yihai was so confident. It is quite related to the previous two Gu formations. No, I need to grasp this chance and humiliate Wu Yihai. I want him to admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Silu. After a day and night, Qi Shang's eyes were bloodshot. He exerted all his strength to overcome this difficulty. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also pondering. This difficulty is probably beyond Grandmaster attainment level. Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Qi Shang's help again. His coiling thread caves Gu formation modification plan took a huge step forward. He had a breakthrough. However, at the final juncture of success, Fang Yuan encountered an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was like a pit and the second was like a barren hill, then the obstacle this time was like a mountain. Only by climbing to the peak could he break through the obstacle and complete the modification of this Gu formation. The appearance of this obstacle was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. I estimated that if the Gu formation is modified according to my plan, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. Increasing by 3 times did not mean increasing by 3 times. It meant increasing by 7 times. That was the original production multiplied by 8. It was obvious that this kind of growth was extremely terrifying. It was like the Gu formation was completed. There would be 7 additional coiling thread caves. Fang Yuan's plan was very good, but in practice, he encountered a huge problem. The first 2 times, he managed to resolve it, but this last time, he had no clue at all. He was only 1 step away from success. How could Fang Yuan give up? Thus, he turned his attention to Qi Shang. Several days passed. The wisdom sweat formation stopped. Qi Shang's face was pale, without any color. His eyes were devoid of any light. Damn it! His hair was disheveled like a pile of straw, and his expression was sinister as he gnashed his teeth. It was all because he had tried his best, yet he had not succeeded. In this way, he would not be able to defeat Fang Yuan. To make matters worse, Qiao Silu already knew about the third challenge. Qi Shang had already boasted in his letter that he would overcome this obstacle. If he failed, putting aside Wu Yihai, how would he face Qiao Silu in the future? Qi Shang felt an unprecedented pressure. He stuffed himself with food, and after a short rest, he threw himself back into the intense deduction work. Qi family. It was located in the western part of the southern border. To be more specific, it was located in the westernmost part of the southern border among all the great clans. Next to the Qi family was the Yang family. This clan was adjacent to Wu clan. They had been making things difficult for Wu clan recently because of a wild immortal Gu. They had a conflict. Qi clan, Yang clan, Wu clan. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby was a basic diplomatic strategy. Thus, the Qi clan and the Wu clan had always had a good relationship. A new report was sent to Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu's table. Qi Chuyu opened it and frowned. This report was about nothing else. It was the challenge between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang in the Supergu formation. Inside the Supergu formation, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, was afraid that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang would escalate. He had already reported this matter to Qi Chuyu. This way, even if the situation worsened in the future, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lessened. After all, he did not hide the information. Qi Chuyu would also pay attention to the progress of this conflict while dealing with complicated affairs. After all, both sides had unusual identities. If this matter was not handled properly, it might escalate into a diplomatic conflict. Qi Shang is troubled. This Gu formation problem, it is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The report actually mentioned Fang Yuan's third formation path problem. Qi Chuyu was a great grandmaster. He only took a glance to see the details of this problem. Combining the first two problems, Wu Yihai should be trying to set up a Gu formation to manage his resources. But the person who thought of this Gu formation is too greedy, but his attainment level is too low. He cannot see through it. If I do not enlighten him with Qi Shang's stubborn nature, he might keep on researching it and get injured or even die from thinking too much. Is this Wu clan's scheme? Seeing through Qi Shang's foundation, they are purposely trying to get rid of our Qi clan's hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely, but I cannot be careless. Qi Chuyu thought of this. As a sharp light shined in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "It seems that I need to make a move." A moment later, Qi Gui visited Qi Shang, bringing an information path, Immortal Gu, from Qi Chuyu. "First Supreme Elder instructed me to hand this Immortal Gu to you personally," Qi Gui said. Qi Shang received this Immortal Gu in a daze. After looking into it, his expression changed as he shouted in joy, "This is the immortal inheritance of the secluded cultivator 2 yuan back then. His earth, water, wind, fire, for elements formation is unique. There are no other inheritances. It is just that he is not famous. He is too low-key. Very few people know of him. The first Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal Tao inheritance to me. I begged for it several times before, but I could not get it." In his excitement, Qi Shang immersed himself in this immortal true inheritance, ignoring the outside world. When he came to his senses and raised his head, a day had passed. It was already late at night. Time passes so quickly. When did Qi Gui leave? Forget it, forget it. Qi Shang's eyes shined with bright light. He could not be looked at directly. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at the right time. It was the right medicine for Qi Shang, giving him the best advice. Qi Shang was filled with respect and love towards Qi Chuyu. So first Supreme Elder has been paying attention to my matters. He saw that I was in trouble and immediately helped me. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not give me any advice. He only gave me a true inheritance. I was the one who thought of the inspiration for the solution. That's it. I have spent enough time. I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Qi Shang was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed. The Gu formation was broken, but Qi Shang walked out angrily. So, this Gu formation problem is unsolvable. Wu Yihai, you trick me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice. I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these days. He researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that he was fooled by Wu Yihai. He was furious. But soon he smiled. That's right. This problem is unsolvable. As long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu and let her see the sinister side of this Wu Yihai. Qi Shang immediately sent out 2 information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal goo. The first one was from Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu's information path mortal goo was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He looked at it with his consciousness and was a little puzzled. Next, he thought of something. He put down Silu's letter and went to look at Qi Shang's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang improved again. He actually learned to complain first. He told Qiao Silu the result of this challenge before sending the letter goo to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack. He really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The goo formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any goo recipe, killer move, or goo formation that was created could not be solved. They could not succeed. They were just illusions. There was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable. It was obvious. But some of them were not like this, especially formation path. Formation path involved too many goo worms and paths. It was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end. They were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production. This result is too perfect. It is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge. I will invite Qi Shang to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Qi Shang did not even think about it. He agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier, he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. He did not want to go. But now he was the victor. In his opinion, this banquet was an apology banquet. He had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, "Wu Yihai, are you convinced?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing. "I am convinced. I am convinced. You are a genius. How can I not be convinced?" Qi Shang was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude. He actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do, because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. Chapter 1338. The banquet began. In this small hall, there were only 3 goo immortals, Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Qi Shang. Wuan was naturally a bystander. The main point was the interaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang. Fang Yuan toasted Qi Shang. He spoke politely and had a smile on his face. His words were full of praise for Qi Shang's formation path attainment. One would not slap a smiling face. Qi Shang was muddle-headed. He drank a lot of wine like this. He sized up Fang Yuan, looking at him from a different perspective. "Wu Yihai, this fellow, is actually quite friendly. What happened earlier? Was he purposely provoking me, or does he have something to ask of me?" Qi Shang muttered, "I won't hide it from you. Qi Shang, I admire talented people like you the most in my life." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, toasting him. Qi Shang mumbled as he raised his wine cup. Before Fang Yuan even drank, he drank a mouthful himself. It turned out that Fang Yuan's continuous toasts had become Qi Shang's conditioned reflex. But Fang Yuan's words were really pleasing to the ears, especially since he was Fang Yuan's love rival. Such compliments gave Qi Shang a huge sense of achievement. "No, I need to be vigilant. Wu Yihai might also be acting. He is very cunning." Qi Shang did not lower his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Fang Yuan's smile was sincere and sincere. He, not mentioning Fang Yuan's acting skills, just his attitude goo was not a joke. "Qi Shang, please take a look." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, handing an information path mortal goo to Qi Shang. "What is this?" Qi Shang muttered to himself. He took a look, and his expression changed. It turned out that this information path mortal goo was the letter Fang Yuan was going to give to Qiao Silu. But in the letter, Fang Yuan was full of praise for Qi Shang. He was full of praises. He even admitted his own inadequacies. Previously, he challenged Qi Shang with a difficult problem of formations. He was purely overestimating himself. He was showing off in front of an expert. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was not worthy of being a hero of the southern border. Of course, there was no such thing as displaying one slight skill before an expert in this world. When Qi Shang read the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Yuan's words of praise were indeed a little exaggerated. Am I really that outstanding? The title of Southern Border's hero, I've never thought of it that way. I wonder what Fairy Silu will think when she sees this letter. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Qi Shang could not help but feel excited. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze changed again. Fang Yuan sat down beside Qi Shang. Qi Shang didn't feel disgusted by this intimate action. Qi Shang, in the entire southern border goo immortal world, I'm afraid only your talent is worthy of Fairy Silu. I am convinced of this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Oh, Qi Shang did not know what to say. He had joy on his face, but also suspicion. Fang Yuan continued, but I will not give up. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. Even though my talent is not as good as yours, I will work harder. You won me this time. We will compete fairly in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, the suspicion on Qi Shang's face melted. He raised his cup for the first time, toasting Fang Yuan. Good, fair competition. Gentlemen should compete fairly. His meaning was that he was treating Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Qi Shang's shoulder. To speak the truth, I loathe other rivals in love, but you, Qi Shang, are different. You are talented and righteous. I admire you. If you gain Fairy Silu's favor in the future, I will definitely bless you too, because I know that if I lose to you, I will not feel wronged. As for the others, humph, they are all clowns. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He rubbed his nose and said, actually, there are some experts among the others. We won't get to know each other if we don't fight. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup again. Qi Shang's actions were even more direct. Drink. He raised his head and gulped. A large cup of wine went down his throat. Next, he burped. His face turned red. Straightforward. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, personally pouring another cup for Qi Shang. His smile was warm and passionate. It was very sincere. But the truth was he was calm inside. He recalled the information regarding Qi Shang. Wu Clan's information network was trustworthy. Fang Yuan already knew. When Qi Shang was young, Qi Chuyu took a fancy to him due to an accident. Recognizing his talent in formation path, he was heavily nurtured. Qi Shang had the title of formation fanatic in Qi clan. He was selected when he was young and sent to the back cave of Myriad Snake Mountain to cultivate. This lasted for 30 years. When he was over 40 years old, he came out of seclusion with only rank 3 cultivation, but in the clan competition, he surpassed rank 4 and 5 Gu masters in setting up Gu formations, his formation path attainment shocking the Qi clansmen. Later on, the clansmen learned that the reason Qi Shang left the mountain was because he got lost and accidentally walked out. His performance in the competition earned him fame. Wealth and beauties came one after another, but he rejected them all. His only request was to enter the cave again and continue his closed cultivation to research formation path. This matter alerted the Supreme Elders. Qi Chuyu allowed Qi Shang's request. He even created a cave for him, with servants serving him every day. Qi Shang continued to research. His diligence and obsession were shocking. It was as if his only joy in life was to research formation path. He immersed himself in it, ignoring the outside world's clamor. He lived in his cave without seeing the light of day, immersing himself in formation path cultivation. When his hair turned white and he was about to die, Qi Chuyu met him again and asked him, "Do you have any regrets in this life? What regrets do you have before you die?" Qi Shang cried loudly. He said, "Life is short. 100 years is just a blink of an eye. I still have a lot of formation path research to do. How can I be satisfied? This is my greatest regret." Qi Chuyu sighed deeply. He actually gave a lifespan gu to Qi Shang. Qi Shang obtained it and regained his youth. He gained lifespan again. Qi Chuyu discussed formation path with him. Guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally confirmed that Qi Shang was the clan's hope. His formation path attainment could reach great grandmaster in the future. Qi Chuyu did not just say it. He used the clan's resources to nurture Qi Shang. With the clan's help, Qi Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly. He became an immortal. In just a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the Array Tao and continued to study it. Day and night, he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Qiao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped. They learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier, he did not meet Qi Shang. It was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Qiao Si Lu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Qiao Si Lu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Qiao Si Lu, back then, she came to Qi clan with Qiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's son, Gu Immortal Qi Bang. Who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous. He purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Qiao Si Lu. Normally, Qiao Si Lu would not get angry. But back then, Qiao Si Lu was Qiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Qiao clan. Qiao Si Lu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Qiao Si Lu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son. He was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Qiao Si Lu at first, but Qiao Si Lu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Qiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted. He was very interested. Qiao Si Lu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless. He could only apologize to Qiao Si Lu secretly. Qiao Si Lu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Qiao Si Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Chuyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first supreme elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first supreme elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Chuyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love? Hee hee. Xiao Si-lu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come, Wu Yihai, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 1339. Qi Shang drank a little too much, his face was red, and he spoke a lot. It was as if after defeating Fang Yuan, his confidence was off the charts. He was sure that he could win the heart of the beauty. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to sober up, but that way, they would lose the joy of drinking. It would also be disrespectful to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup and drank the wine in his hand. He smiled. If that is the case, then I can only blame it on my bad luck who asked me to meet a competitor like you. Qi Shang sighed. Fang Yuan sighed. The meaning of, since there is a genius, there is also a genius was expressed in his words. Qi Shang laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Qi Shang was too naive. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Xiao Si-lu would definitely throw herself into his arms. This was almost certain. But Xiao Si-lu had not shown any clear intentions yet. It was just that this fairy had her own schemes and pride. She was just waiting for the right price. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. For example, Xiao Si-lu's letter was her way of expressing her attitude. Xiao Si-lu was very happy to see me competing with Qi Shang. Before this, she had been watching from the sidelines, because this was what she wanted. After I failed, she stood up and told me about her relationship with Qi Shang. Her goal was to appease me, to tell me that there was no love between her and Qi Shang. At most, it was just a one-sided love from the formation addict. But this smart woman did not say her attitude directly. She described a past fact to prove her innocence, and also to prove that she had great value in pursuing him. Men pursuing women was an instinct. Whether a woman was pursued by a man, how many men pursued her, what kind of man pursued her. These aspects could more or less show her value. Xiao Si-lu wants to marry me. This is not her personal wish. It is Qiao clan's political scheme. Just because of this, I have already surpassed all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, how many times I am a playboy, how shameless I am, and how mischievous I am on occasions like the Moon Festival. So what? I have already won. Even if I fall in love with someone else and stop pursuing Xiao Si-lu, Xiao Si-lu will also come after me. Of course, this is not love, but politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already seen through everything, but he absolutely could not accept Xiao Si-lu's love. Once he accepted, he would sink into the turbulent and dangerous whirlpool of politics. He would no longer be a simple Wu Yihai. He would be a pawn placed in Wu clan by Qiao clan to fight for the benefits of the entire clan. And Wu Yong would never give Fang Yuan such a relaxed environment as he was doing now. Instead, he would strictly monitor Fang Yuan, constantly suppress him, and always be on guard. If that was the case, would Fang Yuan still be able to absorb the essence of the dream world in peace? It was obviously impossible, and the truth might even be exposed. In that case, it would be even more troublesome. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Qiao clan would first attack him fiercely, because, as a righteous path force, they would definitely be the first to sever their relationship with Fang Yuan. In order to prove themselves and protect their reputation, Qiao clan and Wu clan would definitely attack Fang Yuan crazily. They would put in more effort than any other force. But even though I cannot accept it, and will not accept it, I can use this love. Using Xiao Si-lu's love, Fang Yuan successfully made Wu Yong vigilant, and indirectly made Wu Yong arrange for him to return to the Super Gu formation, achieving his goal. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Qi Shang, and the other pursuers of Qiao Si Lu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world and had to consider many things. Qiao Si Lu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Qi Shang was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in, not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Qiao Si Lu, he angered many people. These people had pursuers and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous. It was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth? But not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar, because this was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super Gu formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Qiao Si Lu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qi Shang would only be the first person to find trouble. There would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not deal with these challenges. He might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Fang Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it? It was difficult, but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Fang Yuan and attract more trouble. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qi Shang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly, Fang Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qi Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Fang Yuan's experience on Earth. It was Yu Fei. Yu Fei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens and sentenced to death with a false accusation. Why? Was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity. But were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yu Fei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise. The emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority. It was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yu Fei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qi Shang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qi Shang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts and would be used as a tool? Of course, he was not stupid. Because he knew this, he nurtured Qi Shang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son, that was Qi Shang. Many people thought that Qi Shang's arrival was a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had never thought so. He felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter, and in the future, he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qi Shang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qi Shang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Fang Yuan knew that Qi Shang liked to research formation path. He was most skilled at solving problems and designing gu formations that fit the requirements. Fang Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qi Shang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects. He did not care about his appearance. He did not care about wealth. But in this aspect, he had to care, because this was the meaning of his entire life. Fang Yuan was a transformation path gu immortal. Using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qi Shang in the face. How could a person like Qi Shang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Fang Yuan had set up. He would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Fang Yuan. He felt that Fang Yuan was a sincere person, even though you are a competitor. But how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting. Ha! Qi Shang laughed, putting his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore. Let's drink. Fang Yuan drank another mouthful. Qi Shang stared with wide-open eyes at Fang Yuan. He gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qi Shang sighed. Oh, to speak the truth, this is the first time. The first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed. It was straightforward. If you retreated, I advanced. If you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents. They could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang. He was very happy. He would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Qi Shang was also very happy. He felt that this banquet was the happiest one since he came here. Chapter 1340. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guests was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu Clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude gu. How could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. Ordinary gu immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster. He had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. He was puzzled because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path. When I was a mortal, I researched formation path, and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me. I could only become a gu immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky. How many lone cultivators can become gu immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh. He felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal gu. I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal Gu transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital Gu had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded. When the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a Gu immortal to change paths. It was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter. It had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a Gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, Gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves used multiple Gu worms at the same time. The same was true for Gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves. Every different Gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between Gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, Gu formations could last longer. After the Gu formation is set up, the Gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head. Although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qi Chu, you had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread cave's Gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders, to create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth, and use very few Gu worms to create a Gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, they can even use mortal Gu to create an immortal Gu formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, that is indeed so. But actually, at our level, we can also use Dao marks. Some Gu formations are built on not only Gu worms, but also Gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further. Not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang. It was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Qi Shang's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card, that was to write letters to Qiao Si Lu. Every time he wrote letters, he would praise Qi Shang, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. He felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous, and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Si Lu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path, as well as having such deep attainment. Qiao Si Lu. She looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had turned from enemies to friends. This change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border. It was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Ow, ow, ow. An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes, and bare feet kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop! Suddenly he fell to the ground, his body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment, his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. Lord Purple, you are finally awake. Ing Wu Xie appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. The group of 4 from Shadow Sect had vanished after the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River. It was unknown when they had returned to Southern Border. And why did they come to the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Purple also sighed deeply. He patted the soil off his body. His body shrunk as he turned back into a winged mini-man. Call me Zishan Makoto. This will be beneficial for our next operation. Zishan Makoto said, What news did you bring this time? Ing Wu Xie answered, According to our plan, Southern Border's political situation is slowly developing according to our plan. But it is a pity that Qi Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict. They became good friends instead. Oh, Zishan Makoto was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded. This Wu Yihai is quite interesting. Not only does he cultivate transformation path, his formation path attainment was even acknowledged by Qi Shang. This undoubtedly helped him, but he could not beat Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation by Wu Yong for the second time. Ing Wu Xie nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He is great authority now. Wu Yihai has just returned to the clan. He has not reached an agreement with Chao clan yet. He cannot get their help. But this proves that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has huge ambitions. Because he took the initiative to get close to Chao Si Lu, but they did not get together. This means that he has not reached an agreement with Chao clan yet. Can we make use of his ambitions? Zishan Makoto thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Currently, we still need to plot against Wu clan. We need to focus our efforts on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in Southern Border. They are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, Southern Border's political situation will definitely go into a huge turmoil. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's turmoil was not so simple. Shadow Sect was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Even if Southern Border's political situation is in turmoil, so what? Bai Ningbing also appeared at the cave entrance. She had a cold expression. With just the 4 of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu immortals defending it, it will be a huge problem. Furthermore, our main battle strength is not stable. Bai Ningbing spoke very bluntly. Even against the rank 8 existence Zishan Makoto, she was not afraid. But she was fearless because before she was chased by Fang Yuan, she had already set up an alliance agreement with Ing Wu Xie, and the rest, both sides were equal. Moreover, Zishan Makoto's occasional craziness reduced her reverence towards him. Zishan Makoto was not bothered. He smiled. Just causing turmoil in the political situation is not enough. After all, these righteous path forces are not fools. This is only to reduce their strength in the Super Gu formation as much as possible. Just the 4 of us are not enough. Our battle strength is too weak. So, we need to recruit people. Recruit people? Ing Wuxia was surprised. Is there a hidden force in southern border that I do not know about? Because he knew that the shadow sect forces in southern border had been dealt a heavy blow, and to attack the Super Gu formation, one had to have strength at their level. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were not enough. But if there was such a person, Ing Wuxia would have recruited them long before Fang Yuan chased after them. Even further back, if there was such a person, Spectral Soul would have gone through heaven-defying tribulation, and refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he would have arranged for them to fight against Central Continent's Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto nodded before shaking his head. Do you know why I am crazy? Chapter 1341. Zishan Makoto changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Ing Wuxia said, wasn't it because of Providence's interference? Zishan Makoto nodded. It was Providence, but I took the initiative. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing could not help but show a surprised expression. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, it sounded like his insanity was a deliberate action. Zishan Makoto sighed faintly. The dust of the past seemed to appear in his eyes. Back then, when we were still the first-generation split souls, we discovered the enemy Providence. We naturally had to think of a way to deal with it. I cultivated Wisdom Path. I was the leader of the split souls. I naturally had to find a way to deal with Providence. By probing a portion of star constellation Immortal Venerable's true inheritance and combining it with my own Wisdom Path attainment, I researched a method that was to assimilate with Providence. Assimilate with Providence? Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right. Providence is vast and omnipresent. We had only just discovered it back then. We did not know many of Providence's secrets and weaknesses like now. Back then, we were restricted everywhere. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. More and more members were targeted by Providence and killed. The hope was extremely slim. Zishan Makoto continued. With no other choice, I thought of this method that was not really a solution. Since the enemy was so strong, I pretended to surrender and infiltrated the enemy's inner circle to obtain information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia's eyes shined. Even now, they could understand the novelty of this method. Providence was formless. Zishan Makoto actually wanted to infiltrate Providence's inner circle. It was truly a brilliant idea. Zishan Makoto did not just think of it. He actually did it. Zishan Makoto continued to explain. Providence, you should all be very clear about it. If a grotto heaven devoured a 9 heavens fragment, Providence would be mixed in. If it had a heavenly spirit, it would become a fool. Heavenly spirits were like this. Gu immortals were the same. Every time I assimilate with heaven's will, I become crazy and foolish, losing all rationality. However, it is also because of this that I was able to greatly reduce Providence's intention to eliminate me and survive to this day. There's another big advantage to doing this. You will be able to temporarily become one with heaven's will. You will be able to clearly sense heaven's will and understand its strengths and weaknesses. When I learn about Providence's thoughts, I was able to stand above Providence's structure and lay out a plan for myself and my shadow sect. The heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. In the eyes of Providence, all things in the world are pawns. And in the chessboard of fate, there will always be some pawns in some crucial positions that attract my attention. Zishan Makoto described slowly, be it by Ningbing or Ing Wuxia, they were getting more and more engrossed as they listened, because they could vaguely feel that Zishan Makoto's next words were going to be extremely important. As expected, Zishan Makoto continued. After I assimilated with Providence, I found that there are many crucial pawns in Providence's structure. So, every time I went crazy, I would borrow the will of the heavens to get close to these chess pieces. Then, when I regained my senses, I would work hard to instigate them and use my own strength to make these chess pieces work for me. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River not long ago, I believe you have already seen the effect of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Ing Wu Xie came to a realization. He blurted out, "Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai. Bai Yunsheng?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. Tai Bai Yunsheng is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape." Tai Bai Yunsheng had once met Zishan Makoto. When he was a Gu master, he obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process, Fang Yuan obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was able to submit to Fang Yuan. Part of the reason was Fang Yuan's intelligence, but the other part was because of Providence. But later, Tai Bai Yunsheng separated from Fang Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Providence at the crucial moment. He did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Instead, he used it himself. Tai Bai Yunsheng, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai Bai Yunsheng died in battle on the surface. It was because of Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Ing Wu Xie heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, "I get it. After so many years, Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world. He has influenced many pawns in crucial positions. They will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body." Zishan Makoto smiled. "Precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation, sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent, a strong emerald light with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes." Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying. They fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground. They resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Fang Yuan willed. An immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood. It was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl. They moved around and changed. It was like a myriad of lotuses blooming or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. This Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade green light. Almost instantly, the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The most crucial step was over. The next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. However, the fragrance still lingered in the cavern, lingering faintly in the air. This cave was extremely wide. It was 300 square kilometers in size. It was deep underground, several li from the surface. The cavern was not completely sealed off. There were over 100 passageways that were like air vents. One of them was connected to the cavern, while the other was connected to the outside world. There were countless pitch-black, bottomless pits on the ground, yet they emitted a fragrant aroma. The coiling thread Gu formation is set up successfully. The coiling thread cave plan is more than half done. The next step is to move those regretful spiders here and nurture them. During this process, I will need to adjust the Gu formation. It will be complete in about a month or two. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After Qi Shang left and returned to Qi clan, Fang Yuan continued to explore the Dream Realm. There were still 2 scenes left in the Formation Path Dream Realm, but they were resolved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As expected, Fang Yuan's Formation Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Using his Grandmaster Formation Path attainment level as well as his gains from interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new Coiling Thread Gu formation. This Coiling Thread Gu formation still used Blood Asset Immortal Gu, but the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's Gu formation could have the effect of multiplying by 3 times, but it was an unsolvable problem. There was no chance of success. Being able to double it, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He still had a lot of savings. Unravel Dream could be used many times, and with Qi Shang's departure, he could secretly explore the Dream Realm in peace. Fang Yuan cherished this rare opportunity. In the following days, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to immerse himself in the Dream Realm. Just as he was exploring the Dream Realm, an earth-shattering news spread, shocking almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and celestial court had lost. They sent a powerful group to northern plains, but they did not succeed in saving Ma Hongyun. They lost miserably. Of the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chun Tian, 2 died, 1 was missing. The one who killed the rank 8 Gu immortal was Giant Sun Immortal's former mount, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dogtail Life Extending Ferret. But it was not like there were no survivors in Central Continent. Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shi Zhengyi, and the rest were escorted by Wei Lingyang, and with the help of Central Continent's reinforcements, they barely escaped with their lives. This news caused a huge commotion in the world. Central Continent's strength and foundation was publicly recognized as the number 1 in the 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were the super forces that controlled Central Continent. Any one of them could surpass most of the super clans in the 5 regions. And Celestial Court was the superior sect of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence had already spread to the other 4 regions. In the hearts of Central Continent's people, it was high and mighty, unshakable. In the minds of the other 4 regions, it was the number 1 force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables. Which force in the world could compare to it? But such a powerful celestial court actually lost in northern plains. However, after the shock, the people of the world understood more of the inside story and expressed their understanding. Because Northern Plains was tough, it had the highest battle strength. And this time, it was a descendant of Giant Sun, immortal. It was longevity, heaven. As for Celestial Court's defeat, it was because of the expedition. It did not display its true strength. In fact, Celestial Court did not send a group to Northern Plains to fight longevity heaven, but to find trouble with old ancestor Shui, who. Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian died in battle. Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped. Fang Yuan muttered when the news reached him. In this super Gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition. Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains Gu immortal world, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dogtail Life Extending Ferret, worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only Giant Sun, Immortal's immortal Aperture Grotto Heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, It had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from Giant Sun, immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate because they had always been the number 1 Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of Giant Sun, Immortals, Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu immortals to save Ma Hongyan. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Central Continent's Gu immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Nighttime. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by 2 people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt, grunt, a sound similar to a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the 2 people who were carrying him. These 2 strange people carried Fang Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the 2 strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but 2 pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar, roar. The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Fang Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good. Fang Yuan cried out in his heart, but the 2 orcs were faster. They suddenly let go and threw Fang Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Fang Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Fang Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Fang Yuan's face, and under Fang Yuan's gaze, the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Fang Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain. It was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unravel Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Dang Hun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gur, gur. At a certain place, the pig-headed orcs stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further, bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding, "Granny Shah, you did well." This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower, rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Shah woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now, she finally succeeded. The complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. "Lord Duke Long, please enter." Granny Shah led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the 3 Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the Gu worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, using Love Immortal Gu's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Gu had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Gu's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Shah's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Shah, you have contributed to Celestial Court. You have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Shah nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind. I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. He he he. Granny Shah continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Granny Shah, a refinement path great-grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence! Another Rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red, but Duke Long's expression did not change. His body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Gu Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang by Chen Tian, Granny Shah, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the #1 Gu Immortal force in the world? Other than the 3 Immortal Venerables, the most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Gu Immortals never fear sacrifice, because we know that humanity needs us. The world needs us. Heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin. Some people cannot be left alive. But Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xia, Purple, and the rest are all crafty. Their whereabouts are unknown now. It is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place, that is Southern Border's giant dream realm. Ignore Northern Plains and Longevity Heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Chapter 1343. Cold Moon Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beast men carried Fang Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan looked around, but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 Gu Master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no Gu worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition without Gu worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beast men will throw me down. At this height, without Gu worms, I will definitely die, unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan analyzed this and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fang Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time, he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel Dream, Unravel Dream, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. His body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fang Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now. He only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beast man. And now, there was not just one pig-headed beast man, but two. What's going on? Immortal Killer Move Unraveled Dreams effect has become so bad. I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result. Fang Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it, I will attack first. His body shot up like a lobster. The 2 pig-headed beastmen were caught off guard. He broke free. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time, the 2 pig-headed beastmen reacted, growling as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The 2 pig-headed beastmen roared as they chased after him. Soon, the beastman caught up to Fang Yuan. Slash! 2 eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Fang Yuan's back before piercing out a little in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed and said, he stopped. And Fang Yuan stopped, and his body, from his eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hall. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Fang Yuan more concerned was this strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unraveled Dreams effect is also very bad. What is going on? Fang Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it, but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the 2 beast men, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beast men are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most. It has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms and forests, my stamina is limited. I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Fang Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley? He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly. He secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the 2 pig-headed beast men. But the difference was in the air. Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall. They protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan landed on a strange rock. His bones were fractured. He died on the spot. I fell too quickly. My injuries are too severe. I will die if I land on a rock mountain. It seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Fang Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time, the speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack! Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk. He was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell? What tree is this? Fang Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using Guts Goo and Unraveled Dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe. His 4 limbs were basically crippled. Only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood. The wounds all over his body opened up again. His blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones. Most of his bones were fractured. Intense pain burned like fire, roasting Fang Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream continuously. When Fang Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better. He could use strength in his right arm. His left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken. It was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. Flesh and blood were rotting. The stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold goo immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 goo immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beast men. One had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The goo immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Ha ha ha, big guy, what are you sleeping for? Wake up. The pig head goo immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft. They purposely made their voices louder. It was like rumbling thunder echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble! A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange, jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 beast-man goo immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura. They lost their arrogance. They were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same, because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment. Peak rank 8 goo immortal aura. But it does not seem human. It is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 beast man goo immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name. I am Zhuo Yihui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in southern border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits. It was small and did not have a lot of down marks. It produced some resources of the dark path. It was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus, almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question. He spoke to the air. I am here. Let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance. You owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong. In the blink of an eye, by Ningbing and Ning Wuxie's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Sui Hui. Human? Oh, I remember. You are that guy from back then. Right. I helped you back then. You owe me a favor. Sui Hui wants to be human. It needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Ha ha ha. I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals. There might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Chapter 1344. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Sui Hui. Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast. It had a mysterious origin and was very old. It had appeared 1,000,000 years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter. It had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life extending ferret that appeared in northern plains was only a junior talent that rose up 300,000 years ago. Zhuo Yihui, Yu Tianguang. These two names were once the same. They were embedded in the history of humanity. They were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms. Few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter. No matter which region they were in, there would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's celestial court could not kill them. They were very crafty. They often worked together. Whenever a demon, venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tianguang died. While Zui Yihui was heavily injured, it managed to escape and disappear. Its fate was unknown. Zui Yihui. I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in the dream realm. Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Zui Yihui devoured the corpses of the Gu masters around it. With it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move. Evidently, this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured. He could not move freely. His climbing speed could not compare to Zui Yihui's devouring speed. He was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Zui Yihui breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Zui Yihui's mouth. Zui Yihui chewed hard, and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now, he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary primordial desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods. They had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu. They could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary immemorial desolate beast had a name, like the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zongxing, and Hukong, as well as Sui Hui and Yutian Guang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing, or others, they were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense Dao marks to begin with. Their lifespan was much higher than humans. Their recovery, speed, strength, and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture, they would have human-like intelligence. They would be stronger than rank 8 Gu immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Zhuo Yi Hui's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way, he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley. He was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength. Before Zhuo Yihui breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Zhuo Yihui breathed in deeply. Intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last. The winds continued. He was swept away again, entering Zhuo Yi Hui's mouth. Fuck! Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Zhuo Yihui breathed in deeply. After a long time, the winds stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath. He curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the 2 Beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Zhuo Yihui, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied, Too little, too little. I want to eat more humans. After eating more humans, I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The Beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could not help but curse. Then he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Fang Yuan crawled into the corpses, but this time he did not use his full strength anymore. After the wind stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Fang Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. He found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now, he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next, he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when, at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now, it seemed to be a Gu worm? Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human Gu master corpses. There seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal Gu were not found. Even if Gu immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild Gu worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this Gu worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Goo worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Sui Yihui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted. He failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the goo worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 goo used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 Beastman Goo immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger, and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident, or even the slightest sign of trouble, would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again. Should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 Goo master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The Goo formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Sui Yihui was trapped by a super Goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground. Only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation. Let me break it. After eating and drinking, Sui Yihui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 Beastman Goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated. Earth, water, wind, and fire. 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Sui Yihui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell? How can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The Beastman Goo immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the gray light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm. I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm. I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Sui Yihui? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human Goo immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Men Go Immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Chapter 1345. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right. This blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth, immortal venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special because before Paradise Earth, immortal venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The mushroom man Gu immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the two of them into the melon cave, which is where Paradise Earth immortal venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The mushroom man Gu immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise, Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this mushroom man Gu immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this mushroom man Gu immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly. Do not damage any of the melons. The mushroom man Gu immortal said, Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. It contained refinement path Tao marks. It could be used in any Gu refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner, You don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the super Gu formation here. This super Gu formation uses rule path immortal Gu ripe as the core, with rank 7 immortal Dew as the supplementary Gu. If you practice your immortal killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of Immortal Dew, Immortal Gu, your immortal essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the Gu formation. When He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and Fire Path as a secondary path. Strength Path, Immortal Gu were rare, but she had a lot of Fire Path, Immortal Gu. She even had the Fire Path True Inheritance left by her great-aunt, as well as countless Fire Path, Immortal Killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either. She had no lack of Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding true inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority, in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The ripe melon cave was very spacious. The Mushroom Man Gu immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the Mushroom Man paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the Super Gu formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qishang, it was clear. Qishang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among Gu immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing formation path, true meaning becoming a formation path grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate during the 5 regions' chaotic war. All sorts of Gu immortal experts emerged, shining like stars in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path grandmaster, he had also advanced to dark path grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of dark limit immortal Gu. I can use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other wisdom path Gu immortals. Combined with my dark path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as dark arrow immortal Gu. I have another idea, that is to add dark limit immortal Gu into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were food path and information path dream realms. Food path could allow him to feed immortal Gu more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of information path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his information path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many information path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zhu Yihui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced dark path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves. And finally, to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu Clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu Clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently, there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by a mortal Gu master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This immortal Gu recipe was part of the fire path true inheritance left behind by Stunning Immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this fire path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this fire path true inheritance. It was said that the fire path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of bathing fire immortal goo recipe gave everyone a new hope, especially Wu clan and Yao clan. These two super forces had to fight for this immortal goo recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point blood-tide sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no stunning immortal's true inheritance. Only bathing fire immortal goo's immortal goo recipe was left. This way, many goo immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the two super forces for an immortal goo recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Gong. Wu Yiran and Yao Gong had fought 4 times. They won 2 and lost 2. There was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley, he saw a mysterious goo immortal. The mysterious goo immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtained the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "All right, which 7? The mysterious goo immortal agreed quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious goo immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued, "The second thing is to take Yao Gung's life." The mysterious goo immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these 2 first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious goo immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Gong were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken because from Life Tablet Goo and Soul Lantern Goo, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Gong were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Goo Immortals to investigate this matter, Blood Tide Pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Goo Immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the immortal killer move collapse art from the traces at the scene. Collapse art was a unique immortal killer move created by Yao Gong. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Gong dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? Chapter 1346. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. There was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu clan's 2 Goo Immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky, looking at the blood sea below them. The former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading. It has already spread over 100,000 li. More than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said, solemnly, Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The goo formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster. Rong Hao was worried, but it will not be easy for us to set up a goo formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6 with the combined strength of 3 Goo Immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it. These 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide, but Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Duxiu alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Duxiu died, and Wu Yong took over, Wu clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability and methods, Wu clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other super clans. Wu clan was troubled by several super clans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time, something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu clan's defensive line, that was in imminent danger, immediately had a huge hole. Sending Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Rong Hao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external Supreme Clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern Borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider Gu immortal. Under the two Gu immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood tide pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea. Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole, but later, a Gu master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei. He has already died on Etian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Duxiu sent Gu immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Rong Hao's mind. Who is it? Rong Hao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto. Miniman Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked. His heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed. He did not show his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly spoke. As a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu immortals, we also belong to Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends." Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao, using both hard and soft tactics. They had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently. His gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked. He blurted out, "You are a wisdom path, Gu Immortal?" Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's wisdom path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even speak. They were in a terrible state. Gu Immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms. Every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts. He suppressed them from the start. These two rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tied pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood-tide pit. It was not eye-catching. It was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly, looking far away. He said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared. The person inside spoke with a trembling voice. "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in Southern Border. Why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions' true inheritance, you should have thought of this day," Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious Gu Immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. "Maybe this is your fate. All right, use Qiao Jikai's method to kill these two." Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu Immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious Gu Immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the 2 Wu Clan Gu Immortals. Their souls dissipated, and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these 2 wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu Immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu Immortal. The 2 left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast. It enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression. His eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu Clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious. He moved out personally. Wu Clan lost 3 Gu Immortals, 1 rank 7, and 2 rank 6. This made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu Clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Qiao Jikai? A moment later, Qiao Clan's Gu Immortal Qiao. Jikai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu Clan Gu Immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder. What do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression. He spoke calmly, but the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Shikai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate, and they would lose their lives, their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left, they could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Zhikai immediately clarified, Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time. It can be traced back to before Qiao Zhikai could finish speaking. He was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Zhikai. I am more willing to believe you. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations. How can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Qiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong is wise. Chapter 1347. Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wan Chung Mountain. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall. Her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed. It was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanen. You have learned the killer move I taught you. You have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down. Thank you, Lord Supreme Elder, for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen, but to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his. The grand voice suddenly paused, but soon Tai Ruanen heard, there is an unexpected matter. You should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more. Wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanen understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement and excitement. Finally, I have finally done it. Lord Father, I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven. I will cultivate to become an immortal. I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhang Li, you despicable woman, who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today I will cut you into pieces. I will make sure you die, without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously. His rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan, ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Yi Hui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect, it was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control. It was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth. Clarity returned to his eyes. "Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move." Saying so, he pushed with both hands. Intense winds blew. The world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. He dodged while trying to activate his second immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked. This sort of shame had long since left him. Not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal Gu's effect could not last long. Otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. "Slut, you run quite fast, but you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price." The young Gu immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young Gu immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive. Even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then, a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu immortal soul, with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young Gu immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhang Li, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well, especially her immortal killer move. Ghost, come quickly. It has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now, he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster. Luck Path was Master. Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was Ordinary. His Soul Path attainment level was Ordinary, but after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a Grandmaster in Wisdom Path. The Dream Realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajraback. Ordinary Gu immortals would be happy to have some hope. They would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Fang Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This immortal killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about immortal killer move Vajraback. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajraback used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination, if he could add Precaution Immortal Gu and some Formation Path Mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, the Dream Realms that appeared in front of Fang Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajraback. Right when Fang Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Qiao Shikai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu immortal was wearing a warrior attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the Iron Mask true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the two corpses, Tai Mianshan said with certainty, "Qiao Shikai did not do it." Qiao Shikai let out a breath of air. "Then who?" Wu Yong asked. "Someone imitated his immortal killer move, wooden statue kill. This situation is recorded in history." Tai Mianshan replied, "I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 illusions demon immortal?" Wu Yong frowned. "You mean the inheritor of the 7 illusions, true inheritance? It is said that the Gu immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu immortal's methods in the world." Tai Mianshan, are you sure? Tai Mianshan nodded. "My clan had once imprisoned a 7 illusions demon immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 illusions' true inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 illusions' true inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose. They can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement. They have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier. It is definitely the 7 illusions demon immortal." "Interesting." Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 illusions demon immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 illusions demon immortal. Tai Mianshan's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 illusions demon immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 illusions true inheritance. Among the Southern Border superclans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshan used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way, after confirming the direction, Tai Mianshan flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Qiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshan, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Qiao Zhikai was surprised. "Why are we back here?" Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. "The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh?" Qiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart. "Good guts." Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on Blood Tide Pit. Roar. The calm surface of the Blood Tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts. There were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other 2 immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Tao beast. They were not born from reproduction. They were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Tao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability. This is a place to incubate blood beasts. Tai Mianshan called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shang Yanfei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, They treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the Seven Illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Qiao Shikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses. Some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits. Some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons. And some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhizai and Tai Mianshen remained calm and had no intention of retreating, because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu Clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now, this Seven Illusions demon immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu Clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging. Their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the three immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous. It was very gentle. It was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the three immortals, but they had no power. They could not harm the three immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Zhikai was shocked. Tai Mianshen had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim. His gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Zhikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed. Only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu Clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The three immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Qiao, Shikai scolded. Tai Mianshen looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly: 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshen stared with wide eyes. They were filled with anticipation, shock, and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful, immortal killer move easily. It was like it was an instinct. It was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme. It is truly unfathomable. Qiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move. It turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say, such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshen's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back. He suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies. They did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son. The former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain. The latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two. It expanded and formed 2 blood rivers. Each of them was of the same size as before. Qiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly to be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap the 3 of them. What method was this? His doubts did not last long. A figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal goo that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind goo, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form. He had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated under his feet. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshen's expressions changed. Even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong. His purple pupils were like glass. To kill you? Of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken. We will be attacked by other clans. We will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned. He raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts! In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Qiao Zikai and Tai Mianshin quickly retreated. They felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent. His aura was concealed to the limit. But now he was preparing an immortal killer move. The aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering. It would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu Clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock. Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken. Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note: this situation will last until July 24th. I will update on July 25th to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer. The pressure is huge. I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly. It is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation. I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying, when you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons. I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wu Yi Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu, although it could not compare to an immortal Gu house. Its significance to Wu Clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. The first two were common, while blood rope Gu was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls. They stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and others. At this moment, Wu Ba Chong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the Gu worm fragments on the table. Afterlife tablet Gu shattered. It was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern Gu was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Ba Chong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu Clan. He had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Ba Chong stared at the 2 mortal Gu fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this? Wu Ba Chong could not believe it. He could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were mortal Gu. It was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable. No matter how Wu Clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator. It's also the righteous path's superclans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Ba Chong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died. Wu Yong went missing. The huge Wu clan, the #1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Ba Chong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the 2 rank 8s were gone, Wu Ba Chong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the 2nd Supreme Elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified Gu immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7, his battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path Gu are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. People's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Ba Chong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Ba Chong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then, the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Ba Chong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life, token, and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Ba Chong hesitated. He was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these 2 actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the 2nd Supreme Elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in Southern border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart, and in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wuan saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, Her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fang Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fang Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall, and his nose was wide. He had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fang Yuan. But every time Fang Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report. The second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fang Yuan. Being able to interact with Fang Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused, because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this. Yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was slim. She moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite. Especially her eyes, they were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's fairy Silu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her. She panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Fang Yuan and Chao Silu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Silu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. A sour feeling brewed in her heart. Chao Silu glanced at Lady White Rabbit, who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Chao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Chao Silu not pay attention to Fang Yuan's information? And in Fang Yuan's information, Chao Silu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Chao Silu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue. Her eyes were like rubies. Her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down. She looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Chao Silu, but men usually liked such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Chao Silu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Chao Silu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Chao Silu inspected Fang Yuan and interrupted Fang Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sigh, what I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Chao Silu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your lord. Ah. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Chao Silu said, Wu Yong is missing. His life tablet goo and soul lantern goo have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life tablet goo and soul lantern goo shattered. It meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan. Chao Si Lu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan, and it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful, and had always been the #1 clan in the Southern Border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now, Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo trade, Dragonfish trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dark Goo, Star River Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Spirit Snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortal. If he added Wisdom Goo and Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and Citywell in Eastern Sea's Turbulent Flow Sea area, Fang Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wing's capital paled in comparison. Any superforce, even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before. Their foundation was extremely deep, coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions. They could easily leave an asset like Fang Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Fang Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Goo Immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love, goat, small, say, Nekku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Fang Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Chao Si Lu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Chao Si Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Fang Yuan's Wu Yihai identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first Supreme Elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Chao Si Lu's words because it was too easy to verify. Chao Si Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the Supreme Elders to discuss. Many Goo Immortals have returned, even if they could not return in time. Their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Chao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai, this was the best opportunity for Chao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Ihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao, Shikai, take care of me? Xiao Silu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wuyong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shun. They were investigating Wu Yuan Ju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Qiao Silu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Zhikai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Qiao Silu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among Southern Border's super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Zhikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources. He needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare, fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wu Yi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in, but it is not wise to reject Qiao Silu. If I offend Qiao clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Qiao Silu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Ihai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing. Let's go now. Think on the way. Qiao Silu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Qiao Silu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said. If we go back like this, what will Wu clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Yihai, led Qiao clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored Brother Wu Yong's life and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength. My reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Qiao Silu blinked her eyes, thinking, Wu Yihai's words seem to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Ba Chong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Qiao Silu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, He could not easily dismiss Qiao Silu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush? Qiao Silu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Qiao Silu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Ba Chong cannot lead the situation, right? Qiao Silu was stunned again. Wu Clan, discussion hall. Bam. Wu Ba Chong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly. Standing at the center of the hall with his head held high, he looked at Wu Ba Chong, second Supreme Elder. You are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of life, tablet goo, and soul lantern goo cannot represent the truth. Look at you. You are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now. You should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Ba Chong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu Clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Ba Chong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of First Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the Second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Ba Chong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Ba Chong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, I was rash. I was worried about the clan. You are right. We should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Ba Chong trying to do? The result of Wu Clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan with joy. This is great. We did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu Clan. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third Supreme Elder of Wu Clan had already been bribed by Qiao Clan. But Wu Ba Chong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Qiao Silu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer. He walked around using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up. Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu Clan's Gu immortals, Qiao Clan's Gu immortals beside him, southern border situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Ba Chong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Qiao Silu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Hai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Qiao Silu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued. Right now, the mastermind is still unknown. The most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu Clan's Gu Immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wu Yi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Qiao Silu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu Clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Silu was overjoyed. She said, "This is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu Clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges." Fang Yuan sighed. "All right, let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wu Yi Mountain." Qiao Silu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. "No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed. We are merely rank 7s. Won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous." Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Qiao Silu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. "That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer." Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Qiao Silu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation, but how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation, the Blood River was raging. It had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted. The iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. "Damn it!" Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth. He was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed. He still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshan and Qiao Shikai. This Purple Blood River formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruin-back corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Qiao Shikai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshan's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruin-back corpses in the Blood River. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruin-back corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now, Tai Mianshan could see some clues. These ruin-back corpses were melting in the Blood River, especially every time the purple thought changed. The speed at which the ruin-back corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruin-back corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Qiao Zhikai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it. We will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mian Shen did not make a decision because the three of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away. The blood river was raging. Several of them were cut off by the wind. Qiao Zhikai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mian Shun's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock, "This is an immortal Gu house." Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all from the outside. It looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border. It was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful. Qiao Zhikai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mian Shun was deeply shaken. The 2 Gu immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the Gu formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Qiao Zhikai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Duxiu's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Qiao Zhikai would be very worried, because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Duxiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for long, especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan. He had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu were combined with other Gu worms to form an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that even though immortal Gu houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mian Shun's emotions were more complex than his. He thought, Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal Gu house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house and some Gu immortals, As long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu Clan's second rank 8 Gu immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu Clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in Wu Clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal Gu house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu Clan's prestige, allowing Wu Clan to sit firmly on the throne of the #1 superforce in Southern Border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu Clan's crisis. He hid this immortal Gu house very deeply. Even Wu Clan's Gu immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River Formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal Gu house, and it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, Mai Tai clan is at the northeast of Southern Border, while Wu Clan is at the southwest. The two are far apart. And Mai Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu Clan. Tai Mian Shun let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the superforces had their own territories. They had been in Southern Border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Du Xiu died, this balance was broken. The other superforces cooperated to find trouble with Wu Clan. But as long as this clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Du Xiu and suppress Southern Border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love, Go, Small, Say, Nek Katu, Ho Clan Gu immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire Golden Peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu Clan snatched it from us. A Ho Clan Gu immortal sighed, but now it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho Clan Gu immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path, Gu immortal. He nodded to the Ho Clan Gu immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon, without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu Clan Gu immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Fang Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu Clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other superforces. However, Ho Clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho Clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact. It would not be easy for Wu Clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho Clan would have many excuses like, "We helped your Wu Clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon. We need some compensation." That would be a headache for Wu Clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Tao were good at, unless Wu Clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho Clan had to retreat. Ho Clan's Gu immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love, Go, Small, Say, Neku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu Clan's Gu immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho Clan's Gu immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade, Qi, slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used Blade Qi Immortal Gu. Wu Clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 Immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho Clan Gu immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho Clan Gu immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu Clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill, kill! A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu Clan's Gu immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu Clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Humph! Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years. You have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang Clan's Gu immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu Clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang Clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu Clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang Clan's Gu masters defeated Wu Clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang Clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang Clan and Wu Clan's territory. Yang Clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang Clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu Clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang Clan only needed to charge in, and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land, Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble! The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao Clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers, Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern Border's 3 rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died. In battle, this place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie goo and chi path zombie chi goo. Before Southern Borders Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now this place belongs to my Yao clan. Yao clan's Gu Immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu clan's territory. After taking over this corpse emperor, Yuding Tian, Wu clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao clan occupied corpse emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu clan's territory. News of Wu Yong's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao clan, Yang clan, and Ho clan were just 3 of them. In Wu clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it, these 3 clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack. We need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. Why are we afraid of them? Wu clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously. Some argued endlessly. Some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yong's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness, especially when he looked at Wu Qiao. His lips could not help but curl up, because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel. His expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. Stop arguing. Keep quiet. Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, Wu clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision. Wu Trao frowned. Wu clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao, Si Lu, went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit, the Gu immortal, who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu Clan's letter soon reached Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here. Feng Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Feng Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Feng Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Feng Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajraback killer move, Feng Yuan had already modified it. He only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Goo Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Goo Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Goo to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Goo. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Feng Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Xiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan. They had territories that bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao, Shi Kai mysteriously disappeared. Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path superforces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Feng Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folktale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake, but Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo, and so on. In the history of Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Dao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Chao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Chao to come with the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Qiao Silu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Silu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time. Fang Yuan said. Qiao Silu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Silu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are, and it is too easy to find such an excuse. Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu. Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Silu called Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Bo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiao Bo quickly accepted the order, before stammering. I wonder when they will arrive. I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No need to rush. I have just contacted them. There is still some time. Qiao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Etion Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Qiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Qiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path Gu, immortal fairy Miaoyin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression. His eyes darted around as he sized up fairy Miaoyin. Even though fairy Miaoyin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. She was on par with Qiao Silu. All along, fairy Miaoyin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu clan, Qiao clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path Gu materials from her, Fairy Miaoyin tactfully and firmly rejected them. Let's go in first. Qiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu immortals behind Fairy Miaoyin. According to the usual practice, Every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Xiaobo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wu and, "Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry?" Wuan nodded. "The situation is not good. You must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the Immortal Opportunity business. Wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, "Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai. Can I?" This. Wuan showed a troubled expression. "Lord Wu Yihai is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move. He might not have time to meet you." Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai just once. Isn't he leaving too? I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out. Is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Yihai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Yihai's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. "All right, stay here. When Lord Wu Yihai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you." "Thank you, thank you." Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms. It looked like a longhorn beetle, it had a black carapace, and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it. It was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This immortal Gu was one of the 2 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu clan as Wu Yihai. As the name implied, this immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu immortal. It was rule path, it had a flaw, it needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds. The process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea. He wanted to add Precaution Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right now, he had already thought of the killer move. He only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember love. Go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal Gu, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, before adding more mortal Gu. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Gu. GUH. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Day Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Fang Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary. It had not risen much, because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Fang Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo House was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Fang Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain, on some of the mountain peaks. There were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo Immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain, one of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path because he had gained a lot from reading the Legends of Renzu. He also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Goo Immortal experts and great experts would all read the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu contained the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Goo Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in the Legends of Renzu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Goo Immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read the Legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings luck and heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading the Legends of Renzu after he died. He left behind the human path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other superclans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other superforces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Gu immortals of the superforces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. There was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan. There would be conflicts. But Chai Clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai Clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other superforces. According to the conjectures of other superforces, Chai Clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai Clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the 3 great rivers: Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top, looking from the map of Southern Border. The entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu Clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth, immortal Venerable, traveled to this place, he had once commented that, in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 superforces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai Clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba Clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia Clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai Clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu Clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai Clan to attack Xia Clan and Ba Clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba Clan and Xia Clan. Wu Clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai Clan will have to face two super forces at the same time. If these two let go of Wu Clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai Clan Gu immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu Clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai Clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs one Gu immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai Clan Gu immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai Clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of one or even two of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in Southern Border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu immortal in the hall. "Yuyan, tell us your opinion." Chapter 1355. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai Clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder. As an information path Gu immortal, Chai Yuyan pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days, I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread. Regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it, Wu Clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in Southern Border." Continue. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yu-yen smiled before continuing. "Actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked." "Oh, something that we all overlooked." Chai Yuyan rubbed his nose. "It's that letter." In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan to attack Ba Clan and Xia Clan together. He did not choose Ba Clan or Xia Clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu Clan's style has always been domineering. Isn't this their usual style? A Chai Clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different. Chai Yu Yen shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with mountain-moving Old Monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu Clan? Wu Yi lacks Wu Clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba Clan and Xia Clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu Clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu Clan. Chai Clan's Gu Immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yu Yen. Love, Go, Small, Say, Netka the Chai Clan, Ba Clan, and Xia Clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that this was bound to happen, this means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yu Yen nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle? And to what extent should we restrict this battle? First, Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu Immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu Immortals in the hall nodded, almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Chi clan's headquarters. Chi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Chi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border. To the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Qiao clan. Chi clan, and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Qi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu Immortals cultivated Soul Path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Qiao clan and Qi clan did. Qiao clan was supported by a certain generation's first Supreme Elder of Wu clan. Qiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north. Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Qiao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Qiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Yitian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Yihai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare, not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yong's death had spread. Half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajraback killer move. He had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river. Posing as a threat, Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The 2 clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away. They were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Qiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just one letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu clan was willing to give up and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Fang Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu clan and Qiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war. The political situation was even more chaotic. There were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Qiao clan. It was only in the western part of southern border. From Fang Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it. He could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here. Fang Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave.